Hello, and welcome to this, our 90-second live stream. 10 myths about the good doctor. Well, there's been a lot of myths floating about me over the last couple weeks. But we're here to take your questions today about ancient Egypt and the Bible. So, we're just going to get right to the questions. Again, if those myths come up, that's fair game. We understand that. We know this. But we're here to take your questions about ancient Egypt and the Bible. Now, the rules are the same as always. Super chats have priority. And if you don't give us a super chat, that's totally fine. We take questions that are not super chats as well. We just ask that you put a Q and a colon in front of the question so that we know it's directed to us. We also ask that you put the questions only once. And if it happens to be about the Bible or an ancient language, we also ask to give a little bit of context. So, in the case of a Bible verse, we ask you to put the book of the Bible, its chapter and its verse, so I can look it up and just take a look at it. In the case of a foreign language, we just ask that you may just tell me what you think the language is and what you think it means. So, with that said, let's get into the questions. Coffee. Coffee's a good thing. All right. Our first question here is from Bon. And he asks, I don't know if you've talked about this before, but what is your theory about why Hatshepsut's memory was destroyed later in Thutmose III's reign as opposed to immediately once upon the throne? Okay, that's a really, really interesting question. And I actually really like this question because what we're talking about here is about court intrigue. And court intrigue is fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. We have to remember that the king of Egypt did not rule alone. He ruled by the behest of a group of powerful courtiers. And that is really, really important. No king rules alone. We kind of think of kings as autonomous rulers who are autocrats, that they rule by their own power and they're beholden to nobody. That's not true in most cases. In most cases, kings rule at the behest of their court. And that is really, really important when we consider the life of Thutmose III. In the case of Thutmose III, most of the courtiers that he inherits after the death of Hatshepsut are those who are loyal to Hatshepsut. And they are begrudgingly accepting Thutmose III as king, even though he was the rightful king all along. So, it's going to take some time for Thutmose III to, how do I say this, weed out the disloyal elements of his court. There's some people he's going to be able to just immediately take out. There's others he's going to have to sort of accept provisionally until they die off. And it is until those elements die off that he really can't make any move against Hatshepsut's memory. And that is because it's just politically not expedient for him to do this. So, with that said, I'm having a problem here with something else I'm doing here with stream connections here. Just a second here. Wow. Twitch is not connecting. Oh, that's concerning. That's very concerning. We might have to cut and paste all our super chats tonight just because Twitch is not connecting to YouTube. Microsoft has recently made some changes to inter-process communications, and it has been really, really awful. And just be transparent about this. This is not anything of our doing. We've tried to work around this. Microsoft has been just a complete basket case as far as their changes here. So we are trying to work around this. If things are a little janky tonight, please understand that. But we are doing our best, and we are doing our best to just try to make this work. Okay? Oh. All right. So anyway, thank you for the question. I hope that we did get to the end of that question just before Microsoft decided to throw up all over our live stream here. But anyway, thank you very much for the question. I hope that answered it. Great question. Absolutely great question. But basically, he had to wait till all his courtiers are dead, essentially. Essentially, the ones that were loyal to Hatshepsut. Okay? So, thank you very much for the question. Very, very much appreciated. Next question here is... Boy, this is really not acting up, isn't it? Start this again. Okay, Bonbon. Why did Egyptians start to build Manisi in the late period? Okay. Great question. Another great question. Now, a Manisi is what's called a birth chapel. It's essentially a little side chapel to celebrate the birth of a god. And wow, it really isn't loading tonight. That is really bizarre. I know, but this is really strange. There's no connectivity at all between Twitch and YouTube. I mean, we got connectivity last week. This is really strange. Wow. All right, this is gonna be janky tonight, and I apologize to everyone. We have a technical difficulty tonight, and this is just we can't do anything about this, but we're gonna do our best. Okay? Why did the Egyptians start building a Memesi in the late period? Okay. Part of this comes down to the continuity of the royal cult in Egypt. Now, we have to understand that the royal cult in Egypt went through a rough patch during the Third Intermediate Period. Now, during the New Kingdom, the royal cult was, everyone thought, okay, the kings were gods, that was at the end of it. During the Third Intermediate Period, that was questioned. The priesthood at Karnak basically made the question that there is no god, there's no king but Amun-Re. And they questioned the divine kingship of Pharaoh. Now, with that said, they basically tried to denigrate the king to the role of just a mere man, not a god. Now, Mamisi were in some respect a pushback against the Theban polemic against the kings of Egypt. So the Mamisi are birth chapels, essentially the idea of the gods being born. These little side chapels, essentially showing that not only that the gods were being birthed, but that the king himself was being birthed as a god. So in a sense, it's a kind of continuity of the divine cult of the New Kingdom. So there's little here that we can say about this, but other than the fact that it's sort of that divine birth cult that sort of recapitulated here. And you find, I'll say, a lot of gods in these birth chapels that are specific to the divine cult, such as Khnum and Harpocrates, Horus the Child, essentially. So these are specific to the divine cult, although they are often masked as the birth of a god. It's really a perpetuation of the divine cult. So anyway, I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. Okay. Question 3. What evidence is there that for the United Monarchy, besides the Tel Dan Stela, how big was the kingdom of Saul, David, and Solomon? Okay, that's really the central debate in all this, is how big the kingdom of Saul, David, and Solomon were. We do seem to get the impression that it follows at least along, if you take the Shephelah that runs up the center of Israel, basically dividing the coastal plain from the Judean foothills, that the United Monarchy at least occupies the Judean foothills and at least the eastern side of Shephelah. Now, the Shephelah is going to be contested between the Philistines and the Israelites. And this is the big agricultural war of Saul and David. So, beyond that, the coastal plain is still going to be occupied by the Philistines, even during the time of Solomon. But Solomon is going to expand his kingdom northward. So what we would call the Golan Heights today. He's going to even venture in a bit into Syria. And he's going to assume more territory. Basically, he's going to go all the way from the coast at almost just north of Tyre. Mount Carmel, all the way to Syria. And that's going to cut off any trade coming in through Mesopotamia, from Mesopotamia. Okay. So that alone, he's going to have a chokehold on trade through the Levant, through Canaan, at his time. So, how big it is, again, this is somewhat going to be debated. But, at least as far as Solomon is concerned, he has got a chokehold on the trade. And that, frankly, if you only had that alone, that's big enough. That is big enough that he can extract money from every caravan that comes through his territory. That's a huge deal. Huge deal. So, it's going to be a lot bigger than the Tel Dan Stela implicates, but at the same time, too, Saul's kingdom is going to be smaller than David's kingdom, and David's kingdom is going to be smaller than Solomon's kingdom. And that's just sort of par for the course here. So, anyway, I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. Dark Blade. Okay. Petrovich told me that the Hebrew word for chariot in Genesis 41 can refer to a horse-drawn cart. That is actually true, in a sense. Attested in Mesopotamia in 2400 BC. Okay, 2300 BC, but, I'm not going to quibble over that. An intense Egyptian interaction with Mesopotamia means the chariot thing is not a problem for Joseph arriving in Egypt in the 19th century BC. Okay, that's the rub. Okay, that's the rub here. When did the chariot arrive in Egypt? And this is going to be the problem. Nobody... How do I say this? Nobody contests that the chariot was in Mesopotamia in 2300 BC. Nobody. Okay. We all accept this. We all know this. We all get this. The question is, when did the chariot arrive in Egypt? That's a whole different matter. And it's not just the chariot. It's when did the horse arrive in Egypt? Now, the horse in Egypt, the native Egyptian wild horse was a frail animal. It was a slender animal. It had a really weak back. You couldn't use it for chariotry, and you couldn't really domesticate it. It had its own. It had problems that made it inappropriate for chariotry or bareback ride. You couldn't even bareback ride this animal. This animal is just... It was its own thing. It was not suitable for man's use of, say, riding or chariotry or cavalry or anything like that. It was really sort of a small, pathetic animal. And small, I mean, small for a horse. I'm not talking small in that way. I'm talking small in that it had weaknesses that made it inappropriate for warfare. Okay? Now, during the Hyksos period in 1666 and following, the Hyksos brought horses from Syria, and they bred that with the native Egyptian horse. And they produced a magnificent breed of horse that was very, very suitable for warfare. Okay? But that is going to be sort of the watershed moment where Egyptian chariotry sort of takes its own. And this is what Petrovich doesn't get. He wants to do a minimal sort of plausibility approach to this. Oh, we have evidence of chariotry in 2400. Oh yeah, then we got proof that Joseph arriving in Egypt had chariotry in the 19th century BC. No, that's not how this works. There's no evidence of chariotry in Egypt in the 19th century BC. It's not until the 17th century BC that we start finding evidence of chariotry in reliefs, in archaeological remains such as bit and bridle remains, and horse burials, and all that stuff. And it's not until the Hyksos start that breeding program for horses that we really have good, strong evidence of a chariotry program. So, Petrovich is simply out of lunch here. No surprise. But anyway, thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that answered it. And then we got, finally, our 5th non-super chat here. Stephen Gray, is there a minimalist equivalent to the unreliability of the Old Testament? If not, where would I go to read a good steelman case for the biblical minimalism? Ah, glad you asked. This is it. This is the steelman argument for biblical minimalism. The Bible Unearthed by Israel Finkelstein and Neil Asher Sibelman. Okay? This is the sort of Bible of biblical minimalism. This is biblical minimalism at its peak. Okay? If you want a steelman approach to it, that's it. Okay? So, read it, analyze it, take it apart, and then judge it on the basis of its merits. Okay? So, that's the answer to the question, and I think that, frankly, I have no problem saying this, honestly, because I don't think it stands up to scrutiny overall. Okay? But that's the equivalent to Ken Kitchen's Orot, is Israel Finkelstein's book. All right? So thank you very much for the question. Very, very much appreciate it. All right, now we're on to the super chats. First super chat by 501 Mobius for $10. Thank you very much, super chat. Was the borders of the promised land that Moses could not enter, Numbers 20:12, defined by Genesis 10:19 or by Numbers 30:40, verse 4? That's a tough question. And the reason why this is a tough question is that the borders are actually very, very similar. Let's look at the Bible here and let's get this. All right. So Genesis 10. And starting verse 19. And the territory of the Canaanite extended from Sidon as you go toward Gerar as far as Gaza, as you go towards Sodom and Gomorrah and Admah and Zeboim as far as Lasha. So that's sort of the first sort of territorial definition. But Numbers 34 is very, very similar. And I'll start verse 4 here. Then your border shall turn direction from the south to the ascent of Akrabim and continue to Zin, and its termination shall be south of Kadesh Barnea, which is, that's pretty, you're already in Sinai here. And it shall reach Hazradar and continue to Asmon. The border shall turn direction from Asmon to the brook of Egypt, and its termination shall be at the sea. Now, the brook of Egypt, that is the Wadi Arish. And that's a wadi that goes through the entire Sinai and sort of pours out in the middle of the Sinai. So it's really talking about something that sort of bleeds. This border is bleeding into almost half the Sinai right there. As for the western border, you shall see the Great Sea and its coastline. This shall be your west border. Well, okay, now the west border, if that's the Great Sea, then you're talking about Philistine territories. And frankly, the people of Israel are not going to take that territory really until the 20th century AD. So, I think this is really I think we've got here let me finish the reading, sorry. And this shall be your north border. You shall draw your north border from the Great Sea to Mount Hor. And you shall draw a line from Mount Hor to Lebo Hamath, and the termination shall be at Zedad. And the border shall proceed to Ziphron, and its termination shall be at Hazar Enan, and that shall be north border. For your eastern border, you shall draw a line from Ezer Anan to Shepham, and the border shall go to Shepham to Rabat to the east side of Ayin, and the border shall go down to the slope of the east side of the Sea of Cinnereth. Okay, so that's essentially Sea of Galilee. And the border shall go down to Jordan, and its termination shall be at the Salt Sea. This is, the Dead Sea here. This shall be your land according to all its borders all around. All right, fair enough. Okay, so we got here a territory that goes north on the outskirts of Lebanon, basically all the way to the Mediterranean on the west, to the Jordan on the east, down to basically almost the Gulf of Aqaba, and then going, say, northwest from there to into the Sinai, up to the Wadi Arash. So, I think the borders here are very different. I think the borders of Numbers 34 are more expansive than those of Genesis 10:19. And I think that the point where Moses couldn't enter would have ultimately been defined by Numbers 34:4. But in some respects, he had already been inside of that. So he was already inside those borders when those borders were created. But at that point, too, what we're talking about here in Numbers 34:4 is the absolute extremities of the promised land, not the promised land that would give the most fruitfulness. And what Moses is being excluded from is its fruitfulness. So, while he is sort of wandering on the extremities of that, he's never going to be able to participate in its fruitfulness. And thus, not the fruit of the promise. And that's really the important part here. It's not that he's not going to be able to to put his foot on the land, it's that he's not going to be able to reap the rewards of it. So I think that's what's important here, and I think that's what the text is sort of driving at, is he's never going to be able to reap the, say, the promise of the land, the posterity, the blessing. So I think we can leave it at that. And the borders here are sort of kind of, in a sense, kind of quibbling. We're kind of quibbling over the borders, and the borders are really sort of irrelevant to what the text is driving at, which is he's not going to enter into the blessing. And that's the important bit here. So anyway, thank you very much, Super Chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that answered your question. Okay, the next Super Chat here is from Cosmologium for $5. Thank you very much, Super Chat. Just a moment here. I'm going to have to start copying and pasting chats here because my Twitch is just not working tonight for some reason. So I'm going to have to do a little bit of extra maintenance here. So okay. Yeah, this is going to be a rough ride tonight. So just give me a moment here. I need to catch up on a few things. Yeah, I don't understand why this is not working tonight, but I'm going to send a email to their support and find out what's going on here, because this is bad. But I don't want any of these super chats to drop off, so I am copying and pasting every one of them. I have noticed that YouTube has made a lot of changes to its live stream in the last week. A lot of changes, and I'm not happy about this. Again, please be patient. We are working through technical difficulties. We'll find out what's going on here probably in the week. We are going to try to make sure that no super chat is lost here. But it is going to take us a little time to basically cut and paste everything. So please be patient. We're going to get to it. We're going to. Okay. Well, if I don't, we'll lose them. I don't want to lose them. Yeah, that's what happened last week. We don't want to repeat that. Yeah, I know that YouTube basically says that they don't guarantee that we respond to every super chat, but I want to respond to every super chat. I think every super chat deserves a response. Especially the ones that are good questions or basically very generous to us. Okay. I think we're getting close here. And then we'll find out this week what's going on. This is crazy. And please be patient. We are just sort of getting all the super chats in line. We will attend to all the super chats in a moment. All right. Oh, thanks, Edison. Add one more for me to clip here. Yeah, this is YouTube's fault. Clearly, this is YouTube's fault. YouTube has made imperious changes without telling anybody what they're changing. And you know, this is just YouTube doing YouTube's thing, and I just hate this. All right. I think we've got our... We got our thing here. Okay, we got everything cut and pasted here, at least up till Super Chat 22, and we'll get right back to this. Okay, so Cosmologium for $5. Thank you very much for the Super Chat. And he says, why do so many scholars deny that the Canaanites sacrificed children? Isn't Guerrero the nail in the coffin? Well, yes and no. Why do so many scholars deny that Canaanites sacrifice children? Frankly, because they want to portray the Canaanites as not so bad and the Israelites as not so good. Okay, there's an ideological bent there. Now, basically, they want to portray the Canaanites as innocent bystanders so that they can portray the morality of the Israelites as horrid. Essentially, villainize the Israelites. And some of that is just to denigrate the biblical narrative here. Now, is Gezer the nail in the coffin? No, it's not. The Egyptian reliefs are the nail in the coffin. If you want to get right down to it, the reliefs in, that the Egyptians had of the Canaanites, like, for example, the relief at the Ramesseum, where it shows a Canaanite city with the king of the city sacrificing his child with a knife above the walls of the city. That's the nail in the coffin. That's the nail in the coffin. You don't have to. You don't have to go to Gezer to do this. And frankly, Gezer is not a good. Does not look favorably upon the the Canaanites. But the Egyptian testimony of how the Canaanites behaved is bad enough. So it's not the Israelites alone that are talking that the Canaanites sacrificed their children. The Egyptians are also. The Egyptians are really, really blunt about this. You know, they're showing the kings of Canaan sacrificing their children to save their cities. Yeah, that's the nail in the coffin right there. You don't need to go further than that. Okay, you could go further, but like, for example, Tophet and etc. I mean, every Tophet is a site of child sacrifice. And the Canaanites had multiple Tophets. But the proof in the pudding is really those reliefs in the temples that the Egyptians showed when they went on campaign. They really sort of demonstrate in ways that are just so graphic it isn't even funny that the Canaanites sacrificed their children. Anyone who denies that the Canaanites sacrificed their children is just completely out to lunch. They got no idea of the textual evidence. It's denying the evidence, just pure denying the evidence. But this is modern scholarship for you. So that's the problem with a lot of problem with today's scholarship. Is it wants to pursue what it wants to believe, not what is actually true. So, with that said, I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Okay, taking another one here. Okay, our next super chat here is from Cosmologium for $2. Thank you very much for super chat. Is there any evidence for the historical Moses? Yes, there is, but it's not strong evidence, and let's be very blunt about that. We don't have direct evidence of Moses, but we got lots of indirect evidence. Now, the name Moses is clearly it is an Egyptian name. Okay, it is an Egyptian name. Now, it's one of those names that that has an Egyptian meaning that's very, very similar to its Hebrew meaning. Now, the Hebrew meaning is that, say, the daughter of Pharaoh pulls Moses out of the river and basically calls him Moshe because she pulled him out of the river. And while Moshe in Hebrew does mean to draw out, it's very, very unlikely that she would have said that in Hebrew. It's more probable that she would have used a Egyptian analog of that. And the closest analog of that is Mshe, from the pool. So, and even if we're talking about Mesha, which is to miss us, to be born of, you could still make a case for that as well. So, Moses would have, it most likely have been an Egyptian name. But there's also another piece of evidence for Moses that I think is very compelling, which is the whole sort of the Sitz and Laban of the context of the, say, the time of Moses himself, which would have been in the 19th dynasty. Now, we do know that there were a variety of protest movements that happened during, say, the 20th dynasty. Not the least of which is the workmen's strikes at Deir el-Medina. And these have some very, very striking similarities to the Moses narrative. Among which are the fact that there is a person who has both, say, a connection to the people who are protesting, and has respect within the court among which he has to speak. We see this, for example, with the Magi at the protests Deir el-Medina. Now, the Magi are not Egyptians. They are basically, they're outsiders. But they're outsiders that are respected by all parties. They're respected by the workers at Deir el-Medina. They're also respected by the magistrates in, say, in the mayor's office of Thebes. So the Magi can basically take the concerns of the people and go to the mayor and mayor of Thebes and say, basically, hey, these people have a problem. You're not meeting their needs. Provide some redress. And not only that, the Magi said, hey, if you don't respond to this, I know the vizier. So I will go to the next level up if you don't meet that redress. This is a fascinating and interesting parallel to Moses. Because Moses is going to say to these people, okay, I'm an Israelite. I'm one of you. But I'm also the son of the daughter of the king. So I have standing in the court. He can go to Pharaoh and say, hey, here's my people. They need redress. And if you don't redress them, I can go one step above you and I can go to God himself. That is a fascinating parallel. Absolutely fascinating parallel. And I think that's really often overlooked in literature. That's often overlooked, that how these protest movements of the 19th and 20th dynasty get overlooked when we talk about the narrative of Moses. Because he just falls right in line with how those protest movements work. So, I think that's actually pretty good evidence for a historical Moses. And I think that when we're talking about, say, the Israelites leaving Egypt, you would need a figure like that who followed that pattern in congruity with those protest movements to lead a said movement of people out of Egypt. Then, in that case, we're no longer talking about mythology. We're talking hagiography. And hagiography is a whole different class of evidential warrant than mythology. So anyway, I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much, Super Chat. Very, very much appreciated. Okay, and I need to take another one here. So what we're going to do here is we're going to cut and paste as we go along here, because otherwise we're not going to be able to keep up. So, new. Okay. Hagiography is a study of the saints, by the way, not study of holy writing. Just to be clarify on that. So, lives of the saints, lives of holy people. Okay. Our next super chat here is from the Camelopard for $2. Thank you very much. Could either Ruel or Jethro be a title? I don't think so. It could be that Ruel and Jethro are synonymous, just two names applied to the same person in two different contexts. But we also know, too, that Moses married multiple times. So, knowing that Moses married multiple times, I think it's definitely conceivable that Ruel and Jethro were the same person. After that, then sort of all bets are off. So I agree with you here in that they could have been the same person. Are they titles? I don't know. We don't have enough information here to show that they are titles. They could be. Could very possibly be titles. Not enough information. And this is something we always have to face when we deal with a biblical text, is sometimes, yeah, you sometimes don't have enough information to base further analysis on. And it's quite possible that, Ruel meaning a friend, friend of God. Yeah. Is it possible as a title? Maybe. Could it be a name? Yeah, sure. That's the problem. Is not enough evidence. So, unfortunately, that's sort of where we have to leave it here is, could these be a title? Yeah. Are these names? Could these be names? Yeah. Can we know one way or the other? No. Oh. I wish it was more clear cut. I wish a lot of things in the Bible were a lot more clear cut. But we're dealing with an ancient text to an ancient readership. They didn't care about this being clear cut. We care more than they do. That's always going to be a problem. So, thank you very much for the super chat. Yeah, I wish I could give you a really great, clear answer on this. Unfortunately, that's just not going to happen. So, thank you for my super chat. Really appreciate it. But I do think they are the same person. Okay? So, next super chat. From Kwame Adu007 for $5. Thank you very much for super chat. Hi, Dr. Falk. I read the word translated birthing stool in Genesis 1:16. I think you mean Exodus 1:16, but okay. Most likely means potter's wheel refers to canoe. Is this true? No. Let's pull up the text. Exodus 1:16. All right. Bible here. And he said, when you are helping the Hebrew women give birth and see them upon the birth stool, if this is a son, she shall put him to death. If it's a daughter, she shall live. Okay. That birth stool is not quite what it appears. Okay? It's not a stool. These are birthing bricks. Okay? Which cool picture? Yeah, I don't know where that picture is. Yeah, I do have a picture of some birthing bricks. I don't know what I did with it, though. I don't know where it is. If I could locate that, I'd show this. Okay? I do know that Joseph Wagner did a great article on birthing bricks. Great article. But these are birthing bricks. It's not a birth stool per se. These are birthing bricks. Now, these are two bricks that women would stand on to give birth. And what's really cool about these is they're highly decorated. They're incredibly ornate. They have like images of Bess on them, and they're decorated in faience, and they're really colorful. They got the yellow and blues and greens on them. They're beautiful. They're incredible, beautiful pieces of work, or just on their own. But there is a connection to Canoe and say the Potter's Wheel and the birth narrative of man. But that's separate and distinct from the birthing stool. Okay? So, Genesis 1:16 does not mean a potter's wheel. Okay? Let's get that right out of the way. These are birthing bricks. But, Exodus 1:16 does not refer to potter's wheel at all. These birthing bricks. But Genesis 1 does make an oblique reference to the forming of man, sort of in reference, or at least in intertextual reference to Canoe. But that's in Genesis 1 and 2. That's not in Exodus 1:16. So there is a difference here in what is actually being referenced here. Exodus 1:16 is really talking about birthing bricks, not potter's wheel. But Genesis 1, where it talks about, making man from the earth, the clay, that is really a reference to, say, the canoe myth and his potter's wheel, where he made man from the clay. Okay, so I hope that sort of straightened things out. Thank you very much, Super Chat. Very, very much appreciated. Recreation for $10. Thank you very much for Super Chat. In Kitchen's book on the reliability of the Old Testament, page 212, he says Cushan recurs as a place name as Cushu, synonymous with Edom. Is that true? Anything you want to mention on that? Okay. I love Ken. I love his book. I don't always think he's right on all the details. I think sometimes on this particular stuff, Kushan, I think he mistakes that for Kish. But that's just sort of my thoughts here. Now, I did take a look at that, and I noticed that he did not go into specifics in this. So I did look it up in his book. I don't think it is synonymous with the Dome, but I think there is a idea that Kish is synonymous with certain places in Mesopotamia. Okay, Kish or Gish. Now, you can't expect him to know everything. You can't expect any of us to know everything. But I think in this particular case, he's wrong. I don't think Kushan refers to Edom. So anyway, thank you very much for Super Chat. Very, very much appreciated. But I think in this particular case, he's not quite correct. Brick Creation for $10. Again, thank you very much, Super Chat. Kitchen mentions that the same pattern we find in the Book of Judges, Israel's sin, punishment, repentance, and deliverance, we find in Egyptian literature from the King Tut and the draftsman Nebre. True. Kitchen mentions this pattern in the unreliability of the Old Testament, 217 and 218. Let me take a quick look at that and just see what I can make of that. So I'm just going to take a quick look at Orot here. I'm going to see what he says about that. On the one hand, I do agree that that is the pattern in Judges. That is absolutely the pattern in Judges. I don't think there's any question about that. The question is, do we find that in Egyptian literature? That's the question here. Apparently so. I think Kitchen does make at least a plausible case for this. He quotes in his book here. The most famous was left by the draftsman, and according to Kitchen here, Nebre, on behalf of his erring son, the draftsman Nakht-Tamun, now Berlin 2377. We learn that Nakht-Tamun had, because of his wrongdoing in the sight of God, Amun had been punished with sickness and was ill, quote, ill and close to death, end quote. Then came to contrition, supplications were made in his Amun's presence, end quote. And he, Amun, delivered the draftsman Naktum, for in mercy Amun turned around. Okay? So, Yeah, I think Kitchen's got a point here. It is contemporary with a period. Yeah, sure. I don't see a problem with this. I think that's perfectly acceptable, and I think that's a fair point. So I'm going to agree with Kitchen on this one. Okay. So, at least as far as the draftsman Nebre is concerned, I'd have to look forward for further for the King Tut example. But as far as Nebre is concerned, yeah, Nakdamun, he was sick, he repented, and then he killed. Okay. And they attribute it to the god. Sure. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Cambrit for $10. What are your thoughts on how Christ's Davidic lineage interacts with the virgin birth? Can we assume Mary was related to David, or could the Holy Spirit have given him David's DNA? God bless. Not the theological dense question in the slightest. No. Gotta grab another super chat here just a second. Hmm. Okay. Um. Yes, I think Mary was a direct descendant of David. Uh, I think one of the two genealogies that we find in the Gospels is meant to relate that. So I think we have in those genealogies both the direct descent of Mary and the direct descent of Joseph. Now, which one is which is a matter of some debate. But given that we have both, it would really suggest that Mary has a Davidic line, is part of that Davidic line. Now, that is going, there's a whole, I mean, first of all, take your first question here. My thoughts on the Davidic line lineage is that Mary is a direct descendant of the Davidic kingship. Okay? So, I don't think we can assume Mary was related to the Davidic line, but we can conclude that she is part of the Davidic line. And the fact that, say, maybe she's the last, one of the things we have to think about when we talk about the Davidic line is what happens when the last member of a line is a woman? That's an interesting question right there. It's a really interesting question. Because we see this in Egypt, where, say, dynasties will sort of peter out. And the last member of a dynasty is a woman. Now, normally that doesn't end well for a dynasty, but it's also undeniable, too, that sometimes the last member of a line of direct succession is a woman. You know, and we do see this in Egypt, and multiple times. You know, Cleopatra is the last descendant of a particular line. Tuwasret, the last descendant of a particular line. You know, and we even see an example of this in the Middle Kingdom. So this is not uncommon. So it is highly possible that Mary was the last descendant, the last ancestor of a particular line. Well, if that's the case, then if she is the gives birth to Christ in that capacity, then she is absolutely in the line of Davidic rulership. So, that is just the case. Is just we are dealing here with a particular line of succession. So, with that said, we don't have to basically say that the Holy Spirit has given him David's DNA. He would have it already through Mary. Now, how the Holy Spirit has decided to basically augment that genetic complement, we don't know. We don't know how the Holy Spirit augmented that genetic complement. But for Christ to be fully man, he'd have to have 46 chromosomes. Because that is definitionally human. He would not be able to survive as a 26 chromosome being. That's not possible in human beings. So the Holy Spirit would have had to have augmented the DNA of Christ in some way. We just don't know how. Become a little part. You mean Ron Wyatt's Christ's blood is wrong? Oh boy, is it wrong. Oh wow. Don't even get me started on Ron Wyatt here. Camel Leopard says, I'm shocked. Shocked, I tell you. Yeah, well. Moving on to what we know here. Yes, Mary has the Davidic complement here. She's got the Davidic genes. She's got the Davidic line. Would be, if the kingdom of Israel had still been going, she'd be in line for the throne. Put simply, she would be in line for the throne. But because there's no throne anymore, she is in line to bear the Christ. So, I think that I think this is this sort of covers it all. Thank you very much, Super Chat. Very, very much appreciated, and I hope that answered the question. Okay, taking the next one here. Okay, the next one here is from Aston Weir for $4.99. Thank you very much for Super Chat. What is your favorite book on the composition of the Pentateuch? Ooh. I'll be honest here. I've read a lot of books on the composition of the Pentateuch. None of them really satisfied me. I've sort of come to my own thinking on the composition of the Pentateuch. Now, I'm going to be very, very blunt here. I sort of fall between, say, a hyper-traditionalist view that basically said Moses wrote it all, and, say, a documentary hypothesis view that basically says JEDMP wrote it all. Okay? My view here is not either one of those. I think both are wrong.
We have to clarify
Yeah.
We have lurkers.
As my producer said, we have to clarify all of this now because we have lurkers who are looking to trip me up at every step. Okay? So, I want to be very, very clear. I subscribe to neither of those extreme views. My view is that Moses wrote papers. Basically, a variety of separate parchments or texts that had been later collated together by editors. Not necessarily redacted, although some redaction would have, I wouldn't say redaction, but updating, scribal updating did occur. And I want to clarify here what I mean, the difference between redaction and updating. Okay, there's a difference. Redaction means you are going in and you are intentionally changing content to fit your current ideological expectations. Editing means that you may update the diction and the grammar and the to modernize it to what is appropriate for the audience today. Okay, I think editing occurred. I don't think redaction occurred. Redaction has an ideological bent. Editing does not. So I want to be very, very clear about this. Okay? That there is, that Moses wrote basically most of the core documents. But it's also clear that there have been editors involved in this process too. For example, you go through the book of Numbers and it says, and Moses said this, and gives you the full thing about Moses. Well, would Moses have written, Moses said this? That would be a very, very strange thing for Moses to write. And yet we see this all through the book of Numbers. Okay? Now, that doesn't negate things such as John 5:46 that calls this the law of Moses. It's really clear to me that Moses wrote the central content of the Pentateuch. Okay? It's very, very clear to me that he wrote most of this. Most of the Pentateuch was written by Moses or his amanuensis. And amanuensis is really a scribe that writes as you dictate. Essentially the ancient version of a dictation machine. Okay? But I don't think that those were sort of correlated and organized into larger books. And I think this is what Moses has done, is he's given the Israelites a collection of papers. And I think that those papers are going to be aggregated, collated, and edited. Not necessarily redacted. And I want to be really careful about this, because redaction is such baggage associated with it that says that there's an ideological bent to changing the text. And I don't think that ever happened. So, I've yet to see a really good work write this in a way, do this in a way that it treats the text with respect and with common sense. So I'm going to have to defer on this. So I don't think I haven't seen yet a good book that really takes the composition of the Pentateuch and really treats the text respectfully and basically with what I would consider common sense textual criticism. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Next one here is from Bryce Bell for $14.99 Australian. Thank you very much for the super chat. David Falk guided tour anytime soon. I've got some mates that would be keen. Oh boy, I'd love to do this. The last time we tried this, it was a flop. Okay. 2 years ago, we tried to organize a tour of Egypt, where it was sort of Egypt in the Bible, and we did this with Tuk-Tu Tours, and nobody signed on. Okay? So, if it was a COVID year, but I just did not get enough sign-ons to do this. And we really do need something like 20, 30 sign-ons to make this viable. And frankly, if we get enough, okay, I will put it out there. I will give you guys a challenge. You knock on Tuk-Tu Tours' door, and you say, we want a tour of Egypt with David Falk. You give them the money, I'll sign on. All right? Okay. Because frankly, because that was a flop last time, they're not likely to take me on again. So you got to knock on their door. I can't knock on their door anymore. You know, we tried once. It didn't go so well. So you guys have got to knock on their door. If you can knock on their door and you can convince them, then yeah, sure, I'll do it. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'd love to go back. I'd absolutely love to go back. But I don't have the cachet with them anymore to do this. So this has got to be a grassroots thing. Yeah, please don't do anything illegal to make this happen. Okay. No bank robberies, please, Cole Walker. How do we contact the tour company? It's Tuk-Tu Tours. TUTKU. Okay? You can look them up real easy. They're really easy to find. Really easy to find. Yeah. That's spelled right, yeah. 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 Get them on board, get enough people on board, and you know, it'll happen. Because frankly, they want the money. They want the money. They just want to know that they can get everybody to pay. That's what they're concerned about. So if you can get everybody on board, you know, I'll do it. Absolutely. And you will have the most phenomenal tour you've ever dreamed of. So there's the offer. There's the payout. Okay? You will not believe what I can show you in Egypt. And I'm not gonna lie to you, it's expensive. Okay? I think Tuk-Tu charges $3,000, and you have to pay for your own air flight. So that's gonna. I think it covers 7 to 10 days of hotel. Yeah, your hotel's included in this. So it's an all-inclusive tour. So they cover your meals, they cover your hotel, they cover everything. Your transportation, security, entrance is included in that. Yeah. Yeah. Everything is included in that except your hotel, your flights, and your visa. And visa's like only £25. So, you know, that's not expensive. But that's what they're covering. So once you get to Egypt, it's all covered. Okay, but It's worth it. This is worth it because they'll get you into sites that you can't normally get to. Yeah, they can get you. They have the one thing they have is they have connections.
Yeah, security.
Yeah. Oh yeah, security, because we are dealing in a country where there's still Islamic terrorists. Islamic Brotherhood are still around in Egypt. So,
but Egypt wants the tourists.
Yeah, Egypt wants the tourists, and they know you're a tour van. We were last time I was there. We were escorted by Egyptian police. So, as our tour bus was going across Egypt, we had a police vehicle in front of us and behind us. And knowing that all those police were packing AK-47s helped. So, yeah, it was really worth it. It was really, I mean, it was when I did my tour with Tuktu, it was really worth it. It was a great tour, professionally done, absolutely professionally done. So I would highly recommend them. I would recommend them over other tour organizations, honestly. But if you want this tour, you got to contact them and make it happen. I can't make it happen. Okay? So, with that said, I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. And I hope we can do a tour. I'd love that. I think that'd be fantastic. All right. Our next super chat here is from Billy Ningen for $5. Thank you very much, super chat. Good evening, Dr. Falk. Some liberal scholars say the prophets are just crisis managers and social analysts. Are there any truths to this claim? To some degree, yes. Okay? They are crisis managers and they are social analysts. That's true. Okay, that is actually true. The prophets are not just they don't, their primary job is not to predict the future. Their primary job is to analyze the now. And to make clear to the Israelites what's happening to them in the current moment. So in that respect, they are doing crisis management and they are doing social analysis. But they're also doing that social analysis and crisis management through a religious perspective. And I think that is where the liberals sort of drop off. The liberals just want to keep it to crisis management and social analysis, but it's more than that. It's that, yes, but it's more than that. It's basically pointing out to the Israelites where they've gone astray, why God is allowing certain things to happen, where Israel has been unfaithful to God. So I think in this case the liberal scholars have a piece of the truth, but they also don't have the whole truth. Okay, absolutely, they're crisis managers. I mean, Jeremiah, definitely a crisis manager. Okay, he's trying to prepare the people of Israel for bondage. Even when there are false prophets saying, hey, everything's going to be okay. Jeremiah's saying, no, everything's not going to be okay. You're going to go into exile. And here's why you're going into exile. Because you've been worshiping other gods. That is both a crisis management and social analysis. So yes, they are crisis managers and social analysts, but they're not just crisis managers and social analysts. They're more than that. And that is important. Take out the just here and they'd be correct. The problem is when you add those limiting words like just or only. That's the problem. So anyway, I hope that answered your question. Thank you very much, Super Chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, our next one is again from Billy Ningen for $10. Thank you very much, Super Chat. Dr. Fall, could you briefly explain the basis for the post-exilic dating of Deuteronomistic books? Do you think this framework is consistent with the available archaeological data? God bless. Okay. Some of this is going to depend on what you mean by Deuteronomistic books. Are you meaning Apocrypha or are you meaning the prophets, the minor prophets? Because, you know, there is going to be some debate here of what is meant by exactly Deuteronomistic books. Okay. Now, I think as far as Apocrypha goes, almost all that is Second Temple period. That's definitely post-exilic. I have no problem with that. And then we go on. If you mean, say minor prophets like, oh, okay, I see what you mean here. Joshua, Ruth, King, Samuel. Okay. Joshua, I don't place in, say, that post-exilic category. Ruth, I also don't place in the post-exilic category. Kings, yes. Kings and Samuel, I think, could be post-exilic. And I think that that's where we get to sort of the crux of this dating problem. Is what is going to be, what is a narrative that's supported by the linguistic evidence and is going to sort of flesh out as what we would think of as a post-exilic book. Ruth, I don't think is a post-exilic book. Esther, definitely. No question Esther is. Kings is definitely a post-exilic compilation. And Kings is basically taking pre-exilic works and compiling them into a post-exilic work. Chronicles the same thing. I don't think Samuel is post-exilic necessarily. I'm kind of mixed on Samuel, to be honest. I don't think it's post-exilic, but at the same time too, I don't have any proof it's post-exilic. Joshua, I think, is pre-exilic. But then again, we're getting down to sort of the minutia here of dating and really sort of the finagling of specific arguments of dating here. So I'm going to sort of leave it at that. This is a big topic, and we can take each one of these books and sort of tease these out sort of archaeologically to sort of try to figure out, are they pre or post-exilic? But that's where I sort of stand at this point. Okay. Now, my opinion on this could change. Okay, I'm okay with that. If I'm shown to be wrong on certain points or dating of these books, hey, I'm fine with that. Totally fine with that. So, anyway, thank you for my super chat. Very much appreciated. And great question. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll let you wait. You let me know when that super chat that dropped off last week comes on, and I'll address it. I mean, we're having to cut and paste everything tonight. So Yeah. Widget has completely broken. All right, our next one here is from Billy Ningen for $20. Thank you very much, Super Chat. Since the topic on angels and demons and giants only become the hot topics during the Second Temple period, would the interest in these topics influence the translation of the Septuagint and affirm the late dating of Daniel? Okay. We see the topic of giants as early as the Ramesside period. So, we want to be really kind of careful here because angels, demons, and giants are not all the same. Okay? We see the topic of giants as early as Papyrus Salier 1. That's Dynasty 19. Okay. So, that is going to sort of limit this. Now, angels and demons. Angels are the analogs of, say, the winged goddesses in Egyptian ritual furniture. So they're there too. Demons? Egypt has a lot of demons in its pantheon. A lot of demons. The thousand Nesheru of Sekhmet. You know, who go out and create illness. Boy, if that's not a description of demons, I don't know what is. So, all these things are going to be extant in the literature at least as early as the 18th, 19th dynasty. So, we sort of flip forward in time. And now we're going to talk about, say, the Second Temple Pyramid, where these have been now codified under the names of angels, demons, giants, Nephilim, etc. Would that influence the translation of the Septuagint and affirm the late dating of Daniel? Okay. It's two questions. Would that influence the translation of the Septuagint? Quite possibly. But would that affirm the late dating of Daniel? Not necessarily. If we have this extant prior to the translation of the Septuagint, then that would not necessarily affirm the late dating of Daniel. It would only influence the translation of the Septuagint. So, therefore, we have to take these on a case-by-case basis. And I think we need to take the dating of Daniel on its own merits. And if we take it on its own merits, does not necessarily lead to a late dating. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. I hope that helped. Very interesting question. And, we should at some point get back to that whole angels, demons, and giants thing, because frankly, there's a whole lot of interesting stuff right there throughout the history of the ancient Near East that predates the Second Temple period. So, with that said, thank you very much, Super Chat. Very, very much appreciate it, and a great question. Sure. Which one is it?
Carter's, it's what is your opinion?
Okay, I think I see that one. Okay, let me cut that. Okay.
Second.
Okay, I've got them, and they will be taken in order. Okay. All right. The Bible Exegete, we got your super chats, and just hang in there. We're taking these all in order, so they'll come at the end of the line here. So hang in there. Okay. Our next one here. Okay, it comes from Mystery Flavor for $20. Thank you very much for the super chat. And he says, do we know who Pharaoh Neko, 2 Kings 23-29 among others, was? And if so, do we have a historical date from? Yes, in both cases we do. Actually, he was a very well-known king. Let me pull up his dates here. I'm using my groundhog here to give you his dates. So just be a second here. Okay. Neko II's reign was from roughly, plus or minus 1 year, 610 BC to 595 BC. Okay. And he's Neko II. He's not Neko I. Now, we actually know a fair amount about him because of Assyrian records. Neko's line here, which is the 26th dynasty, essentially when Assyria conquers Egypt, they drive out the 25th dynasty and they put Libyans on the throne. Okay, and Neko the First was really the progenitor of the line, but he never actually was on the throne. So what we have is Neko the First is the progenitor. He's the father of Psamtik the First, and Psamtik the First in 640 BC is who the Assyrians put on the throne. They place him on the throne. And he rules for 54 years, a long time. And his successor is Neko II. So Neko II is the grandson of Neko I. And this is the Neko of 2 Kings 23-29. And Neko II is called from Egypt to help the Assyrians when the Assyrian Empire is falling apart. It's going to pieces. But the 26th dynasty owes itself to the Assyrians. Okay? They owe the Assyrians. And they have to go to the Battle of Carchemish. And when they march through Israel, they're not looking for a fight. They're not looking for a fight in Israel. But what happens here is that they wander through, they move through Israel to try to join their Assyrian allies up at Carchemish, and Josiah decides to play regional politics. And it goes bad for him. Really, really bad. Well, Neko actually and his army actually makes it up to Carchemish after killing Josiah. And Carchemish doesn't go so well. From the sounds of the Assyrian documents, the Assyrian army is in complete shambles. This is a little bit like, say, the Germans in World War II trying to help the Italians. Yeah. The two armies are not on the same page. They're not on the same page. And the result is it does not go well for the coalition. They're absolutely devastated by Nebuchadnezzar. You know, he kicks the stuffings out of that coalition. The Assyrian army doesn't survive this. Necho's army has enough still intact that it can leave, and it retreats. And it manages to return to Egypt, and Necho manages to fulfill out his reign in Egypt. So we do actually know a fair bit about Necho. Again, because of the Assyrian records here, not so much because of the Egyptian records. But yeah, it did not go well. It did not go well at all. So, yeah, we absolutely have an historic date. Again, it's because of the historical prisms of the Assyrians that we do that. The Assyrian records here are quite thorough regarding Necho, and we do know he came to the throne around 609, 610 BC. So his dates are very, very well established for someone in the ancient world. So anyway, thank you very much to Super Chat. Very, very much appreciated. Aston Weir for $4.99. Thank you very much to the Super Chat. When are you going to respond to a theological response to your popcorn review posted on Myth Vision as a live stream? Well, popcorn always keeps its secrets. I may or I may not respond to him. Maybe I won't. Who knows? Only the popcorn knows. I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you very much for the Super Chat. Very much appreciate it. All right, Transgalactic Whirlwind for $4.99. Thank you very much for the Super Chat. Do you think O'Callahan's identification of 7Q5 as Mark 6532 is possible? I'm going to say I don't know. I have not looked at 7Q5, and I have not read O'Callahan's identification. So, unfortunately, this is going to be one of those things where this is just so esoteric that it's outside my wheelhouse. Completely outside my wheelhouse. So I'm going to have to say, admit that I don't know. But thank you very much for the Super Chat. I appreciate that. Sometimes you give me questions I don't know. That happens. Maybe it doesn't happen very often, but it does happen. I mean, even I can be stumped sometimes. I mean, that goes with the territory. So anyway, thank you very much for the Super Chat. I appreciate that Super Chat, but unfortunately, I'm going to have to give you I don't know. Kenny Reagan for $5. Thank you very much for the Super Chat. Are you familiar with the scholarship on the idea of original monotheism? For example, Winfried Corduan. Do you think it is legitimate plausibility? I haven't read Corduan here. Okay. So I'm not sure what he means by original monotheism. That would be super helpful to know if I knew what that was. Now, I have read several theories on, say, the origin of monotheism, but he is not one of them that I have done. So, again, this is reading that's sort of beyond the scope of what I've done here. So, I'm afraid to comment on this because I don't want to get that view wrong. So, I mean, now that I've had my library access cut off, it'd be very, very difficult for me to look this up, in all honesty. So I'd love to say that I'd like to comment on this next week, but I can't even guarantee that at this point. So, unfortunately, I'm going to have to say I don't know and leave it at that. So, anyway, thank you for my super chat. Very much appreciated. BC for $5 Australian. Thank you very much. Super chat. How is time kept in Israel around Jesus' time? Did they use water clocks? Did days always have 12 hours a day and 12 hours of night? Okay. Now it's an interesting question. Yeah, absolutely interesting question. And I think there's two questions here. Did days always have 12 hours a day and 12 hours a night? And did they use water clocks? Now, I can answer the latter first, which is yes, they did have 12 hours a day and 12 hours a night, at least at the time of Jesus. Okay? That is unmistakable, and that is, I mean, everyone agrees with that. Did they use water clocks? That's another question altogether. Now, on the one hand, the Egyptians had water clocks going all the way back to at least the New Kingdom. So, Egypt had water clocks. We absolutely know that they had water clocks. There's no question they had water clocks. Did the Israelites have that technology? It's possible. It's very, very possible. But we also know, too, that the Romans had sundials. So and the Romans divided their day into 12 hours and their night into 12 hours. So it's possible that the Israelites had water clocks, and it's also possible that they had sundials. But we're not sure. We're really, really not sure. And this is the problem. We don't know how exactly the Israelites kept time. They could have had access to either. They could have easily had access to either. But, you know, from Egyptian influence, they could have had the water clock. From Roman influence, they could have had the sundial. Do we know which? No. And I wish I knew. Because, frankly, this is one of those things that I'd love to know. This is one of those burning questions that I think would be super fascinating to know.
Just be fun.
Yeah, and frankly, it'd be just fun to know this. So,
Maybe a dig will turn something up.
You know, yeah, as my producer just pointed out, maybe a dig will pull something up here, but we don't know for sure. As much as we would love to know. But it's a great question. And as I've said, we do know they had 12 hours a day and 12 hours a night. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Okay, next is 1819. Now we've got a very generous super chat from Sinaiacus Apologia for $50. Thank you so much for that generosity. Very, very much appreciate that. And he asks, thought on the connections between Judaism and Zoroastrianism. Okay. This is an interesting question all by itself. And it's interesting for a couple of reasons. There does seem to be a connection between Zoroastrianism and Judaism, but it doesn't seem to have occurred until the post-Babylonian period. Now, is that connection, say, basically co-opting Zoroastrianism, or is that intertextuality? And that's sort of the question we always have to bring in mind here when we talk about any of these ancient influences. Are we dealing with say co-opting or basically plagiarizing, or are we talking about intertextuality? And I always tend to favor intertextuality here because it does seem that there's more along those lines than say the other. So there is a connection. It does happen with the post-exilic works. Okay, and I don't think there's any denying that there's a connection between Judaism and Zoroastrianism in the post-exilic works. But we also have to be careful to not to graft that on the pre-exilic works. And I think, given the current trend in scholarship, there's more of a penchant to connect that in pre-exilic works because they see parallelomania and think, oh, okay, because Judaism had a great God, Yahweh, and an adversary, Hashatan. Oh, Zoroastrianism, there it is. No. That's parallelomania. So I think there needs to be some caution here as we sort of broach this as to what the connections are, what can we establish as a connection, and what is the connection really? Is this a critique of Zoroastrianism? Is this a idea that Judaism is saying, yeah, okay, Zoroastrianism got this right? Or is this all-out plagiarism? That's a possibility too, although when I look at it, I don't see a lot of that. So anyway, I hope that sort of defines the issue here. I want to thank you very much for that really, really generous super chat. Very much appreciate it. It really helps our channel. And super chats like this do keep us afloat. They keep this channel going. I very, very much appreciate it. You guys put food on my table, honestly. And I know there's a lot of people right now who want to take the food from my table. So I really appreciate your support of our channel. Really, really grateful for it. And thank you so very much. Okay, the next super chat here is from BC for Australian for $5. Thank you very much, super chat. Do we want to give them a PayPal link? It is an email address. The thing with a PayPal link is I don't want to be super. Just Jack Ray. He says too bad there's no PayPal link for donations. I will actually, because I don't use this email address for so much. I will put the email address to my PayPal account. Okay, it is an email address because PayPal accounts are email address.
But all the haters.
Yeah, it's not a major, this is not a, I have a separate account for my PayPal. Okay. So I'm just going to put that in the in the chat here. Okay, there it is. I'm sure I'm going to get some spam out of this, but all right, that's a risk I'm willing to take here. So that's my PayPal email address. All right. So, being,
Give it to him and take it down.
I could take it down, but you know, yeah.
We'll leave it up there.
Again, if people spam that, it won't be okay. But again, this is not my major email account. If you guys spam that, yeah, I'm just gonna delete that because it's so low traffic. I can manage that no problem. All right, so here's the next super chat.
Yeah, too easy.
Yeah, well, they can try. Good luck because of the double authentication process. All right. So, BC for $5 Australian. Thank you very much for the super chat. Are there any alternative explanations skeptics give for the evidence? For example, the abandonment of forest, changing fallen remains in Canaan, etc. Oh yeah, there's all sorts of various alternative explanations. Like for example, the Exodus, for example, the abandonment of Avaris. They basically say, yeah, okay, they abandoned Avaris, but that was just a changing of the river. Well, where did they go? Oh, they got incorporated in other settlements. Well, where did they go? Oh, well, they just sort of disappeared. You'll also hear them talk about, for example, say the identification of what's it called now? Egyptian loanwords. Oh, well, they had garrison towns in Israel, so that's where they got the loanwords from. Even though it didn't affect any of society. Changing of fallen remains in Canaan. Well, you know, that's just Levites in the Promised Land, you know, spreading their local ideology. Yeah, they're always going. They've come up with a various alternate explanations for each of these. The problem is going to be cognitive load. That's the problem. You take all of these alternative explanations and you combine them together, and you get what's called a high cognitive load. And a cognitive load is when the explanations to be contrarian to something is higher and more ridiculous than the original explanation. So they're having to do these alternate explanations at a very, very high cognitive load. But what they do is they sort of drift from explanation to explanation, not factoring into this, what is the cumulative sum of all these alternate explanations? So, yes, they have alternate explanations for all of it. They can explain anything away. I mean, it's not that hard to explain anything away. Yeah, I mean, you can explain that the ocean is pink under certain circumstances. You can explain that JFK was not really assassinated. You know, if you've got enough cognitive, say, if you're willing to accept the cognitive load. You know, there's a, you know, oh, they didn't land on the moon. Well, that's just a hoax. The Earth's not round. It's really flat. You know, you can explain anything if you're willing to accept the cognitive load for doing so. But the cognitive load sort of then you're now defying rational argumentation at that point. And that's the problem. If you really want to have a rational argument here, you have to engage the cognitive load issue. They're not willing to do so. So they're always going to have that cognitive load stress. So yeah, they've got alternate explanations for everything. But the parsimony of the data does lend to an exodus being the most likely explanation. Not all these ad hoc alternate explanations that just increase the cognitive load and the unlikeliness of their explanations. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. BC, the cognitive load must be why they start swearing at me, blocking me. Yeah, I had that problem too. Yeah, that's what pagan heathen queen did to me. As soon as I started basically contradicting her, it was just like, okay, she blocked me immediately and then started using anti-Semitic slurs, but oh well. Addison Weir for 199. Thank you very much for the super chat. When do you think Genesis was written? I think it was written in the 13th century BC. I think it was written at the same time as Exodus, Numbers, and at least the raw draft documents for Deuteronomy. So I think it's written contemporaneous with the rest of the Pentateuch. The retrojections that we find in Genesis seem to indicate this. Like, for example, they're talking about Pharaoh, which is definitely an 18th dynasty, Tutmosis III term. So it's clear that Genesis is at least written, I would say, in the mid-19th dynasty. So, but it's not the only retrojective term either. There are other retrojective terms in Genesis as well, such as that the Israelites settled in the land of Ramses. That's clearly a Dynasty 19 reference. So,
follow that with why you don't centric, because it's rich.
Oh well.
I know Addison knows that, but there's other people.
Okay. Well, I don't think Genesis was written any earlier than, say, the time of Moses. Okay. I know there are people who want to sort of view this as Genesis as being written at the same time as it was written. One of the things we need to sort of understand about how things are written is almost everything that's written is written after the fact. And you kind of have to view writing as a lens. Things that tend to be written almost immediately after the event tend to be not that accurate. And then there's sort of a focal point where things are really accurately written. And then sort of beyond that, less accurate as time goes on as such. Okay. The biggest example of this is probably the official World War II history, where it talks about this was a history of the World War II official government history from the U.S. government, and it talked about these great allies, the Russians, the Soviets, who came in and assisted the Allies in the defeat of Nazi Germany. The problem is that official history failed to mention basically how the Soviets were allies of the Germans, and then used that confusion to suck up basically Soviet states, and how they were in many ways worse than the Germans. So 50 years, 180 years later, we now have histories of World War II that are much, much more accurate and basically tell a better, more true story of World War II than the official history. And I think this is what we're seeing in, say, Genesis, is that we have a history of Genesis that, if it had been written in its time, would have been very inaccurate. But because it was written during the time of Moses, it's got a focal distance from the original events where we sort of get a more longitudinal perspective on it. So I very, very much think it was written in the 13th century BC. I think there's more than ample textual evidence for this, and I don't see any problem with this, honestly. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated, and I hope that answered the question. And the next question here. It goes, every Wes and Weir for $4.99. Every super chat deserves a response, including this one. Well, you got the response here. Thank you very much for the super chat. You are supporting our channel, and I very much appreciate it. And you got a response.
Every super chat.
Yes, every super chat is important, and we do strive to answer them all. Sometimes we do miss a few, and that's sort of sometimes beyond our control, but we do our best. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciate it, and you got your response. Yeah, I got his super chat already. I'm watching the queue very carefully here, just because of the technical difficulties we had today. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sushi for $5. Thank you very much, super chat. How do you convince Catholics/Orthodox that the Second Temple ancient Near Eastern literature contextualizes the New Testament, Old Testament better than the Apostolic Fathers after the Apostles? Ooh, this is a denominational question. So I'm going to tread lightly here. I'm going to tread very lightly here. On one hand, I don't. And on the other hand, I do. Okay. Frankly, I don't usually have to convince them one way or the other. Most of the time, the Apostolic Fathers are going to reference the Old Testament already. You just sort of have to dig deep enough. And if you dig, because frankly, the way the Apostolic Fathers generally work is they want to look to confirm Messiah because of how he appears in the Old Testament. So that's a huge advantage right there. So in most cases, I don't actually have to actually pit one against the other. So I don't usually have to say that Second Temple period literature contextualizes the New Testament, Old Testament better than the Fathers, because the Fathers have already done that. They've already contextualized what they said against in accordance with the ancient Near Eastern literature. Now, there are exceptions to this. There are some really sort of way out views from the church fathers that you sort of have to go, well, yeah, okay, the fathers aren't always right here. They're clearly not always right. So, in those cases, you sort of have to bring them back to Scripture. And frankly, to be honest, if you show them in the Old Testament or the New Testament, where the fathers deviate, I have found that most Catholics and Orthodox are quite receptive to this. They're not wanting to go against Scripture. They do see this as a source of authority. I will say, though, as far as the Apostolic Fathers go, the Orthodox tend to be more rigid as far as their adherence to the Apostolic Fathers than Catholics. Catholics care more about the magisterium. They care about the papacy. And sort of we have to sort of, be cognizant of this, that, say, Roman Catholics are really have their allegiance more to, say, papal authority, whereas the Orthodox have their allegiance more to the Apostolic Fathers and, say, the unified tradition of the Apostolic faith. So there is a difference between the two, and I think you have to treat them slightly differently. But overall, I mean, once you point out the say the contextual difference here, most are actually quite receptive to it. I haven't had a lot of problems here, honestly. Which may be why I get along so well with Roman Catholics and Eastern Orthodox, honestly. I mean, I don't treat them as stupid, and I don't treat them as aberrant in any way. So, if you start off with that premise, they're more likely to give you a honest hearing. And once you show them, say, the ancient Near Eastern context, well, a lot of them are fine with it. It doesn't really conflict with the Apostolic Fathers. And in the case of Eastern Orthodoxy, they know that not all of the Apostolic Fathers are producing gold every time. If you contradict one Apostolic Father, they don't care. If you contradict the consensus, that's a different matter. Although them trying to pull together a consensus is often difficult. So, that is going to really sort of define how you sort of engage these communities. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the Super Chat. Very, very much appreciate it. I see Wolfgang Allen Alhazard's comment. Thank you from a Catholic considering Eastern Catholicism viewer. My pleasure. My absolute pleasure. We in this channel support the body of Christ, the Church Universal, not any one particular denomination. So we want to make that really, really clear. So, anyway, thank you very much for the Super Chat. Really, very much appreciated. Okay, Allison Weir for $9.99. Thank you very much, Super Chat. We had a Christian Renaissance in philosophy. We had one in historical Jesus studies, and we're currently having one in creation evolution debate. When are we getting one for Old Testament reliability? Oh. That is a fine question. I still think we're a few years away from this. I think we'll get there eventually, but yeah, it's gonna take some time. It's gonna take some time to get there. And you know, it might be 75, 100 years. But, you know, if it takes that time, okay. I'm totally cool with that. You know, I'd rather this come into its own in the fullness of time than try to push this. God will take his time. Everything has to be in God's timing. So if God wants that revolution to happen now, praise the Lord. If God wants that revolution to happen in 75 years, praise the Lord. If he wants it to happen in 200 years from now, long after I'm dead, praise the Lord. Whatever the case, praise the Lord. So, I think we're getting there. I think it's slow. We're actually much further there than they were 40 years ago. Honestly. I mean, 40 years ago, if anyone said that we need that anyone believed in the Old Testament being reliable, they would have been considered to be crackers. It would have been said to be nuts. Crazy. No. That was the state of Old Testament studies 40 years ago. Nobody thought that the Old Testament was reliable. A lot has changed in 40 years. You know? Old Testament, I mean, look, a lot of, say, conservative views have basically been mellowed out by contextualized readings. But minimalist views have also had to, you know, move much more towards the mushy middle there because of the turning of the archaeologist's shovel. So, you know, and eventually what is going to happen is both sides are going to come to a point where there's going to be a sort of consensus about this. And it may not be where either side thinks. But at this point, I'm placing my bets that it's going to be more towards maximalism than minimalism. Because I think that the maximalists have a stronger case. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Dang. Wow. Yow. All right. I'm going to take this one early because this one is... Well, maybe I won't, but... Okay. Next super chat. Is... Where are we here? Where were we? 24, 25. Okay. Question below. Okay, what was that question? All right, I see question. Okay. Gonna cut that because I did not see that question, and I'm glad I caught that in time. Just a second here. Gotta cut and paste. Yeah, this is the cut and paste episode. Thank you, YouTube. Maybe this could actually be Microsoft messing things up. Actually, that would not surprise me if this was Was Microsoft messing this up entirely? We have had problems with inter-process communications all week because of a Microsoft update. So this could be a Microsoft problem. So, all right. So the Camel Leopard for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. And he says the question below, and we are going to switch over that question here. And his question is, for SC, why do yods and vavs get swapped in some Hebrew words like kish for kush and eye to eve? Okay. That is a great question. And it really comes down to the standardization of Hebrew from classical, from its primitive state to what's called classical Hebrew. Now, with the advent of classical Hebrew, you had the advent of matrix of the matrix, which are kind of a vowel. So they are substitute vowels, and they are replacing vowels with consonants, because this is the early vowel system in Hebrew. And like, for example, a hey will substitute as a at the end of a word, or they will put in a yod to substitute an I sound or a vav. And they didn't always get these substitutions correct. There were changes that happened in the language over time. And we have to be very, very cautious about these maters just to be sure that they are the vowels that we see. So what we're seeing here is a reflection in the change of the language over time. So this is very, very clear, so that, like, for example, in the case of kush, that's, I mean, the only thing that could be is kish. But, pronunciations change over time. People forget how things are supposed to be pronounced originally, or they forget the geographical context. They lose the context of their language, just like we have lost the context of their language. So, we have to be very, very careful here to just ensure that we are on the same page as the original authors would be. And that is not always easy. And I'll be straight up with you, sometimes it drives me nuts about these changes, because you would think these things are sort of straightforward, but they're not. I would really, there was a book by Paul Lawrence, great little book, not expensive. I mean, this is a great book, and it's not expensive, and everyone should get it, who's really interested in these translational issues. He wrote a book called Egg Whites or Turnips. It's a great little book. It's a wonderful little book. I mean, I'm not just saying that because Paul Lawrence is my friend, and he is my friend, but great little book on the various problems that archaeology has shed light on biblical translation. Awesome little book. Get it? It's a fantastic little book. I mean, it's not big at all. I mean, I think it's only like 90 pages. I mean, it's not even 100 pages, but it's packed with these little things that archaeology has shown, has called into question. And some of these are things like the maters. Some of these are like the maters. So, that's one of the reasons why these things get swapped, is vocalization changed over time, and we lost the original vocalization. So anyway, I hope that answered your question. Thank you very much for the super chat. It's a fascinating subject, and we could just go into this for an hour because there's so many examples. If I took Paul's book and just started reading it, it'd blow your socks off. Great little book. fascinating little book. Well worth getting. Okay, next super chat. Okay, next super chat here is from Hodgepodge for $9.99. Thank you very much for super chat. Do you have any opinions about the illegitimacy of the recent RTI results on the Moabite Stone by Andre Lemaire and Jean-Philippe Delorme that seem to confirm the reading House of David? Yes, I do. I love RTI technology. How do I say this? I adore RTI technology. I wish more and more stuff was available in RTI. It's a great technology. I have used RTI so many times on the early alphabetic inscriptions in Sinai, it isn't even funny. I think it's a great technology. I think if you want to see the three-dimensional surface of an object, nothing does this better than RTI technology. Sorry, I just laughed at a comment in the chat. BC, it's the house of the kettle. Yeah, I don't think so. But yeah, I mean, even common sense would have said it was the House of David. Okay. But the fact that he used RTI technology to confirm it, great piece of research. Great piece of research. Well done. I'm happy with this. Honestly, I'm happy with this. And I think really RTI technology needs to be used more. Needs to be used more. And on a lot of different Steely in-texts. I would love if RTI became the normal format for documenting Steely. I'd love this. I think it would solve a lot of problems. You know, okay, visual transcription has served us very, very well for several hundred years. Okay? You know, I think it's a great thing. But when we've got a tool such as RTI, why aren't we using it more? You know, it's not that difficult to use. You know, I sat in I was at the Harvard's Semitic Museum, which I think has now changed its name, but I was there when they were doing some RTI stuff on their particular stele, and you know, it didn't take that long, and it wasn't that complicated. More and more institutions need to do this and make those scans popularly available. I think this would revolutionize scholarship a lot. This would make things a lot easier for a lot of us, because if you've got the RTI scans, then you can just, I mean, it's almost as good as having the artifact right in front of you. Yeah, you might still need to look at the artifact closer, you know, visually, but the RTI scans are a good second thing. They're the next best thing to actually having the artifact right in front of you. So anyway, great technology, great research, and I think they're right. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Yep. Okay. Take that. Got it. Okay. Next one. Okay, our next super chat here. We finally get to the Bible Exegete's lost super chat from last week, which we're going to go good for. And he says, what is your opinion of the bull that has year 16 for Horemheb? It was studied in the 70s by Redford, wrote an article on it, disappeared, reappeared in a 2013 collection. Okay, then the follow-up to that was... It belonged to Egyptologist Michael Rice and was found in a private collection when he died. Okay. Let's talk about the dating of Horemheb, because there's issues here. Now, that's dating a year, both year 16 of Horemheb is not as straightforward as it sounds. There are people who are using that bull to say that Horemheb ruled into a 16th year. This is a problem in a couple respects. We also have some ostraca that have a 21st year of Horemheb, a 28th year of Horemheb, and a 52nd year of Horemheb. What's going on with all these dates? Okay? What is going on with all these dates? There's an issue here with Horemheb. The issue here is the Ramessides. Okay? The Ramessides were really, really unpopular with the Theban priesthood. Really unpopular. To say that there was tensions between the Ramessides and the Theban priesthood is an understatement. This is one of the reasons why Ramses II relocates his capital from Thebes to Avaris, or across the street from Avaris at Kantir. Okay, Pi-Ramses. He makes his new capital at Pi-Ramses because the tensions between the royal household and the priesthood at Karnak is so high that they just can't, nothing can get done. Okay, they're both obstructing each other. And one of the responses that the Theban priesthood had to the Ramesside clan and their ascendancy to the throne is that they started dating things by Horemheb. You know, there'd be a Ramesside on the throne, and they'd say, oh, well, we're not going to recognize that. We're just going to keep dating things by the reign of Horemheb. So they had started producing these ridiculous dates. As I said, the 21st year of Horemheb, the 28th year of Horemheb, and the 52nd year of Horemheb. Horemheb had been dead for, almost 30 years at that, 30, 40 years at that point. So this gets really, really crazy and bizarre. So it doesn't surprise me that there's a bull with a 16th year. That doesn't surprise me in the slightest. Just because of the way the Thebans, refused to accept the whole Ramesside clan as king of Israel. And Bible Exegete continues here. He adds this bull mentions a military campaign of Horemheb in Syria, Horemheb being there personally. Yeah, well, it's still same deal though. It's still the same deal. Is this a post-dated thing? Now we do know from Horemheb's tomb that the last year of Horemheb, the last wine batch of Horemheb is in the 14th year. So you could probably extend that to a year 15, but I don't think you can extend that beyond that. Now, just because there's a bull, and just because it mentions a military campaign, does not necessarily mean he was there personally. And I think that's sort of the problem with all this. Is there are sometimes commemorative objects. And this is true. We do find commemorative objects. Like scarabs. Very true of scarabs. Incredibly true of scarabs. That a very, very effective military leader will often have scarabs created after him years after he's dead. We find this with Tutmosis III. We find this with Amenhotep III. And even with Ramses II. So there are commemorative objects. And I think what we have in the case of the bowl here is a commemorative object. So even if there is a bowl that, say, mentions a military campaign dedicated to Horemheb, that may not exactly correlate to a 16th year of his reign. So I think we need to be careful here and really examine this on a individual basis. I think there's also the fact that we do have to take into account other data as well. So I'm not ready at this point to say that Horemheb had a 16th year. I'm fully prepared to say he's had a 15th year. I think that's, I mean, you can easily stretch his reign to 15 years. Okay. But I think beyond that, I think you're getting into sort of shaky ground at that point. So anyway, I hope that answered your question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And I hope that answered it. So thank you so very much. Okay, the next question here is from Sentinel Apologetics for $10 Australian. Thank you very much for the super chat. Good to see you here tonight, Rob. Love you, David. Thanks again for giving that tribute to Heiser last week. Oh, it's my honor. We've been praying for him, and I hope everyone here is praying for Heiser and his family. He says, and Rob continues, I've got stuff cooking up my sleeves for the atheist cult. No comment on this, but just wanted everyone to know that. Oh boy, it's already gotten to my attention. I see Myth Vision has already spewed some bile over this. So, yeah, this has escaped nobody, honestly. Yeah. Yeah. You know, I'm gonna say it to you. Give them hell. Give them hell. You know, they deserve it. Give them hell. They took so much of what I said out of context. They added words to what I said. It's just like, all right, yeah, you know, give them both barrels. That's all I'm going to say about this. But this getting back to Heiser. Let's get back to Heiser. Heiser really needs our prayers right now. He really needs our support. We're about to lose somebody here who's been a great advocate for the faith, advocate for reasonable biblical interpretation. We owe this guy a huge debt. So I want to again point out that Heiser and his family need our prayers at this point. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat, and it was again my honor to give a tribute to Heiser. I do like the man. So anyway, thank you very much, super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Okay, our next one. Jack Ray for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Remember to check your email after this. I can actually check it right now. Wow. Well, thank you very much for that contribution. Very, very much appreciate it. Wow. That is very generous. Very much appreciate it. That helps. Really, really helps. So, thank you so very, very much for that donation. So very much appreciated. It comes out to a lot. So, I so want to thank you. You've been a great supporter of this channel. Very, very much appreciated, and it does go a long ways to helping. So, thank you so much. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay. Alonzo Muncie for $1. Thank you very much for that super chat. And we'll get your question up here in just a second. And your question is, and he asks, how was the mixed multitude integrated into Israel if they were? Okay, two ways. They were integrated in two ways. The first way they were integrated was they were sort of segregated off into tribes. So when they came out of Egypt, the first thing that happened is they were a mixed multitude. So because the way they moved through the Sinai, they had to be attached to a particular tribe to know what group to follow. So in some respects, they were all arbitrarily attached to certain tribes. But within that sort of tribal structure, they then integrated into into Israel through intermarriage. So that's ultimately how they sort of integrated in. So that mixed multitude, they come out of Egypt. They're a mix of, say, Nubians, Magi, Egyptians, Libyans, other Canaanites, other Amorites, all that stuff. So they are just going to become a melting pot in Sinai. They're having to depend upon each other for survival. So that is going to that's going to really force that integration of people groups. So they're just going to become assimilated. They're just going to assimilate into the various tribal structures. Okay? So with that said, however, they are going to I'm going to clip something here. Okay, so they're going to assimilate as they wander around the wilderness of Sinai. Okay. They are going to really become integrated over those 40 years. I mean, that's a long time. Okay, that's a long time. They're not going to be able to have. They're not going to be able to form ethnic enclaves. They are going to become part of each individual tribe, or they're gonna die. Okay, I mean, this is not a forced issue for them, except by their circumstances. So that multitude is going to just blend in. They're going to intermarry with the Israelites. They're going to become, enculturated with Israelite culture. They're going to forget their past history, and they're going to take on the new history. They're going to identify with Israel. And again, it's going to be, part of this is going to be intermarriage. Part of this is going to be forced assimilation by circumstance, but it's going to happen. So that's really how it's going to work overall. And this is not uncommon. We do see stuff like this happening with other forced migrations as well. So, this is just to be expected. So anyway, thank you very much, Super Chat. Very much appreciate, and I hope that answered your question. Grabbing another Super Chat here that just came in. Okay, our next Super Chat here is from Aston Weir for $1.99. Thank you very much for the Super Chat. Michael Heiser is greater than John Walton. Fight me. Okay, well. Well, considering I side with both of them, I think it's a pretty even match. Frankly, I often agree with Walton more than Heiser until recently. I don't think Walton's book on demons was very good. I did really disagree with him on that. But I don't always agree with Heiser either. I think both have great things to say, and both have been incredible contributors to conservative scholarship. So I like them both. I would not want to see them in a cage match, honestly. I do kind of hold them up as equals. But I, as I say, I like them both. So, I mean, I'm not going to say one's better than the other. Because, as I say, I like them both, and they both have had very good, nice things to say about me. Which, at this point in time, is very scarce. So, I'm not going to pick a side here. So, anyway, thank you very much for the Super Chat. Very, very much appreciate it. Okay. We got this $7 Canadian Super Chat from Jonas. Thank you very much, Super Chat. And he says, I'm 100% sure that Dan McClellan is watching your live. Laugh my ass off. Okay. No, he's not watching. He's having Kip do it instead. Thank you very much for the Super Chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, our next Super Chat here is from Awesome Weird for $4.99. Thank you very much for the Super Chat. In your opinion, of the Egyptian pharaohs, who is the biggest blah blah? I don't understand that. Do you understand that question? Madison Weir? I need your expert opinion. Of all the Egyptian pharaohs, who is the biggest blah blah? Yeah, I'm not getting this one. Okay, this one's kind of weird. Okay, I don't honestly understand this one. Okay, uh, the one with the biggest ego. Okay, biggest ego. That's got to go to Ramses II. He's got a big ego. Who's the biggest baddest pharaoh? That go to Tutmosis III. Greatest pharaoh, Tutmosis III. Clearly, I mean, Tutmosis III is just the yeah. So I think it's going to depend what you mean by this, but okay. But clearly, who had the most who spent the most money in Egypt? That go for King Khufu. King Khufu spent more money than any other Egyptian pharaoh. I mean, he was extravagant in his expenditures. Who is the biggest drunkard in Egypt? That would go to one of the Ptolemies. How about who is the most hilariously stupid? Oh boy. That one's a little more difficult to answer. There were some, but I can't recall who it was at the moment. There was one pharaoh that was kind of a real dullard, but the Camelopard, the ancient Greeks drinking, that's just ridiculous. Yeah, okay. Oh boy. All right. That is actually the last super chat we have. I'm going to take a couple non-super chats, and if we don't get any more, we're going to call it a night. Because, frankly, I'm happy with calling it a night at that point. So, let's go take a couple of non-super chats here, and then we're going to call it a night. I'm going to take that one because it interests me. It's kind of a weird one, but I'm a little familiar with this, so I don't mind taking this one. All right. All right, this is from Nico R777. Hi, David. If you don't mind me asking, I'm sorry if I've been rude. I hope I wasn't accidentally spamming in the comments. Well, you apologize. That's cool. Okay, that happens occasionally. We're fine with that. But what are your thoughts on the Annabelle doll? I think it's a doll. Okay, I think that I think a lot has been made of this. Now, for those who are not familiar with the Annabelle doll, this was a supposedly possessed doll, basically the antecedent to Chucky. Basically, the idea here is that there was this doll that was possessed and cursed that curses people just by looking at it. Cursed all its owners, etc., etc. And it was basically made famous by what was their names again? Oh, There was this pair of self-proclaimed ghost hunter slash mediums. Yeah, it's from the Conjuring franchise, but there's a yeah, it's the Warrens, Ed and Lorraine Warren. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, thank you, Chow Yi. Much of Ed and Lorraine Warren's work has been debunked. It has been debunked. And I take Ed and Lorraine's work with a grain, the proverbial grain of salt. Because I think there are problems with a lot of their work. So I'm not comfortable with what they've done. They've claimed to have worked, say, with the Catholic Church, and that was stretching the truth a lot. Okay, the Catholic Church has never consulted Ed and Lorraine Warren on anything, ever. They have their own experts. I also think that Ed and Lorraine have really sort of hyped up a lot of their exploits in ways that sort of distort what happened too. So I have got some issues with how Ed and Lorraine, did their investigations. I don't think it was always methodologically sound. So yeah, I got some issues here. As far as the Annabelle doll is concerned, I think it's just a doll. Now, look at it. I will also put this in here too, that I have encountered some pretty creepy dolls. Okay? I mean, I'm no stranger to creepy dolls. Where I worked, and frankly, where I work, there's a lot of reports of haunting. I've even seen stuff there. I didn't find, but my partner found a voodoo doll. Now that's creepy. When you see a voodoo doll, a real voodoo doll, that's pretty creepy. Okay. Do I think that doll is cursed? Not a chance. It's just an object. So, with that said, I think that we have to be really, really careful to separate the physical object from the phenomena in which it is supposed to be representing. So, at that point, I'm just going to leave it there. Thank you very much for the question. But I don't have a huge. I think a lot of what happened around the Annabelle doll was just plain coincidence, honestly. So, thank you very much for the question, and I really appreciate it. And it's a good question because people do ask this from time to time. But I have some issues here with how Warren did its whole works. So, all right, the next question here is just an attempt to keep me going here. So we will entertain it. Says, nobody apparently wants me to stop early. Acid, we're 199. Thank you very much for the super chat. At Jack Ray. Yes. Okay. Someone does not want me to have an early night here. I see it continues. All right, let's see. BC for $2 Australian. Thank you very much for the super chat. Sleep well, Dr. Falk, producer and bunnies. Well, the bunny will definitely sleep well. Thank you very much for that super chat. We should probably bring her up sometime for a cameo. Maybe next week when she's more in the mood for it. All right, and then the next one. Then I gotta ask and weird for 199. Everyone spam the super chats. Oh dear. Oh man. Okay, I gotta clip some more here. Just a second. Oh boy. Okay. Wow. Just taking me a moment here to cut and paste all the super chats. Which has been. Well, this is fun, but they are trying to keep me up all night. It's a non-super chat. Okay. Which one is this? Okay, I will definitely take that. Okay, we will definitely discuss that one. We will end on that non-super chat. Okay, so we got a non-super chat here to end on. I see that. And it's just taking me a little time here to catch up with the cutting and pasting. Again, my Twidget broke. I don't know if it's a Microsoft problem or if it's a YouTube problem, but okay. Can't wait to see. Yeah, well, I'm getting spammed here with super chats. Okay. Wow. You guys really want to keep me up all night, don't you? You really want that 6-hour marathon.
Not this week.
Not this week. No, I got to go to work tomorrow. It's just like, okay. But you guys keep this up and I might not have to go to work, you know? That might that would be nice, honestly, but boy, I'd love to spend my whole day just writing. That would be a dream come true. Okay. I think we're getting to the end of the super chats as far as my cutting and pasting goes, but dang. Alrighty. Do a 24-hour marathon. I don't have the stamina for that. 24-hour marathon.
Sleeping by your computer. You can do a lot.
Yeah. I mean, look, Rob can do that. I just don't have the stamina. I'm too old for that. All right, I think we have finally got to the end of all the new super chats here, but wow, what a flurry of them. Okay. Oh, just a little more. Oh man.
Oh gee, 24 hours, you could have 2 breaks.
2 breaks. How generous of you.
Addison and Jack explaining how they caused Dr. Dying early death from
Okay. Okay, now we've got them all all done. Okay. At least until they want to keep me up a little longer. Okay. So, all right. The next one. 39, we're out to 40. All right. Jack Ray for $2. Thank you very much for the question. Insert question here. Well, you gotta be a little more specific than that. Oh, wow.
take one of the non-super chats and fill it in.
We could take one of the non-super chats and fill it in.
The do's a do. Did the serpent that Moses raised from
Okay, I don't. Where's that one? Oh, I see it. Okay, okay. Let me just cut and paste this. Okay. Okay, there is a question here, and we're going to take that. Okay, we're going to insert a question there. Okay, and that question is from Da Duza Dude. Did the serpent that Moses raised come from Amorite practice? I don't think so. I think it more likely came from Egyptian practice. Now, the Egyptians did have a what was called the uraeus, which was a serpent that they would basically raise up on poles and on friezes and stuff, and it was usually high up in elevation. So I think it's more likely that it's analogous to the Egyptian uraeus than it is to any Amorite practice. You do see this on, for example, the poles on like tent poles for the canopy of say sacred barks. So I think that's really what Moses is sort of trying to. He's taking that symbol, that Egyptian symbol, and he's applying it to Yahweh worship. So that's where I think the serpent in the wilderness comes from. And I don't think it comes from Amorite practice per se. I think this is more an Egyptian symbolism that they are appropriating for their particular needs at that time. So anyway, thank you very much for the question. And I want to thank Jack Ray for the insert question here. Even if it is meant to keep me up at all hours of the night. Okay, the next one here is from Addison Weir for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Blah, blah, blee, blue, blah, blah, blee. You just wanted me to say that. That's all you wanted. Yeah. Let's see, 41, 42. Followed by Jack Ray for $2. Thank you very much. And a laughing face. Well. Right, and then we go to 43 here. And now we have a serious question here from Elgut Robertson for 50 Swedish kroner. Thank you very much for the super chat. Is it unbiblical to use violence in defense or war against evil? This was a debate among my friends during the ISIS invasion. Okay, that is a serious question. And we want to take this one really, really seriously. Okay? It is not unbiblical to use violence for personal defense. Okay? If a random act of violence is being asserted against you, we have to understand that the idea of violence is there's a differentiation between killing and murder. And here's the difference. Is murder is the killing of an innocent person. While all murder is killing, not all killing is murder. And this has been well defined in ethical philosophy for a long, long time. So there's nothing new about this. If a person wants to take your life, you have the right to defend that life, to defend your life. Okay? That person is not an innocent if you use violence against them and kill them. That is and almost every court in the world will recognize that as justified self-defense. You didn't go out, you didn't provoke it, you minded your own business, and someone wants to kill you anyway. You have the right to defend yourself. Okay. The whole ISIS thing is a issue too because they did single out non-Muslims for persecution and execution. Okay, they did that. So while I would not extend this to say Muslims in general, and I want to be very, very clear about this, I'm not extending this to Muslims in general. But in the case of combatants, and that's what we're talking about here with, as far as an ISIS invasion goes, is are specific combatants that are going to target you to take your life. Then you have every right to defend yourself, just like you would against any combatant of any opposing military. You know, soldiers go to war and they have to kill the enemy. Kill or be killed at a time of war. And when you kill the enemy, you're not killing an innocent. You're killing an enemy combatant, somebody who wants to take your life. This is also why attacking a civilian is a war crime. Why attacking a civilian is a war crime. Because a civilian is a non-combatant and innocent in the conflict. So, it is not unbiblical to use violence in your defense against a combatant. I'd stay away from the whole war against evil category anyway, because I think that sort of muddies the issue. Okay, so I'll take exception to that part of the question. Okay.
Because they use it on their side.
Yeah, because the opposite side was going to use that in the same way. Okay. All you have to do to justify self-defense is to basically say that the enemy combatant is going to want to kill you. That's it. Okay, that's all you need. And I wouldn't go any further than that. If the enemy combatant wants to kill you and take your life, you are justified in self-defense. Period. There's no moral ambiguity there at that point. So anything further beyond that, I think, just sort of muddies the water and creates more issues than it needs to. So anyway, I hope that answered your question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Oh, you love the mug? This is our Mr. Empty Conjecture mug. That's the backside here. And the backside says, discern truth from what could be. Could be. So we have Mr. Empty Conjectures, and this is available on our merch store. We just happen to really love this mug. This mug turned out really well. We love it. All right, well, we'll get to that in a moment. So I'll clip that too. Okay. Yeah, by the way, we're all wearing on this side. We're also wearing our merch. In fact, I'm even wearing Mr. Empty Conjecture T-shirt at the moment. So, you know, we liked it. We actually really wanted this merch for ourselves. So it's not that we were. I mean, yeah, we did this to as a convenience to our subscribers who really wanted this merchandise, but we actually wanted it ourselves. And that's why we bought like a bunch of it. I mean, we just love it. We love the mugs. We love the shirts. It's just like, it was just, we wanted it. So, Okay, so next super chat here. 44. Co-Walker 5 for a non-super chat. Okay. Well, thank you for that super chat. Do we have another question that can fill that place?
The last.
Oh, we'll use that for the last one. We'll have you sponsor that last one because I don't know of another question in the non-super chats that could easily fill that role quickly. Okay, so we'll save that one for the end. Okay. So okay, actually I'm gonna take that Kenny Reagan one. He retracted it. Dang. He defined what original monotheism was and then just immediately retracted it. So I would have picked that one up. Yeah, Kenny Reagan, as long as you define what original monotheism is, and I can probably give some comment to it, but you retracted it, so I can't. So let's go to the next one then. I don't know enough about Indian legends to really comment, so. And we're 199 at Jack Ray. Can't wait to see Dr. Falk's reaction. Well, I guess you are seeing my reaction. There's a conspiracy to keep me up all night. You are definitely keeping me awake. I'll say that. Well, yeah, that last minute flurry of super chats. BC Addison Wider. Dr. Falk probably wakes up in close seeing Addison. Well, maybe. Maybe. All right, let's get to the next one. Jack Ray for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, I can't really think of anything real to say. Fair enough, but thank you for the super chat. I really appreciate it. Okay. I'll take this. There is a good question that just came in here. I think that might actually be. Huh? All right, I'm gonna grab this before he retracts it because I still think it's a good question. So now that we've got some definition here, I can answer this one. And I'll take that one too, because I think that's a worthy question as well. 46. Okay, 47. All right, Addison Weir for 199. Thank you for super chat at Jack Ray. Just some random stuff. Laugh out loud. Fair enough. Appreciate the super chat anyway. You guys have managed to keep me up longer than I thought I'd be up. 48. Jack Ray for $5. Thank you for the super chat. I did get Twitch running on my machine with this chat. I have pictures and stuff in Discord. We've had it running. The Twitch we've had running for a long time. Basically, since our, I think it was our second or third live stream, we had Twitch running. This is the only time we've had a real problem with it. So I don't know if this is a Microsoft update. I'm suspecting it's a Microsoft update, in all honesty. This is the first time it's outright failed. That it has just failed to connect. And I don't know why. We've now used it for like 90 live streams, and it has been a solid workhorse for us. Now there is times it doesn't grab all the chats, and that's been a problem with Twidget in the past. But this is the first time we've had a real problem with it where it just did not connect at all. And I think that has always that's something I'm going to need to talk to the developers about, just because it's if this is a Microsoft thing, we do need to find out why it's happening. But it's the Twidget has actually been we really liked Twidget. We like how it's interfaced with the YouTube and OBS, and it has been instrumental. It's made things a lot easier for us in doing, say, displaying super chats in OBS. So the fact it failed tonight is something we do need to get to the bottom to. But it's been solid for us up until now. It really has been solid for us. So we don't understand what's going on here. But anyway, thank you for the super chat. Very, very much appreciate that. As and we're for $1.99. No, just a little more. Laugh out loud. Yeah. Okay, we're sort of getting to the end of the super chats here, but there's a couple good questions here I think we want to take here just before the end. Kenny Reagan. Okay, now he posted a super chat earlier about original monotheism, and it wasn't clear exactly what he meant by that, but he clarifies it here. He says, "Thank you for reading my question, Dr. Falk. Original monotheism is just the idea that since monotheism is independently prevalent in many less developed cultures, it might be more ancient than often thought." And I'd agree with that. I think a lot of scholars on ancient religion would think that, say, monotheism sort of was the natural, the nascent form of religion, whether that's a religion of the sun or religion of a particular deity, etc. We see, for example, the development of a religion in Egypt basically begins with sort of local or village deities that then, as trade routes expand, they sort of trade their deities. They develop, say, well, okay, we got this god. Hey, you got your god. We can add them both together. And then, as Egypt becomes unified as a nation, they develop this large polytheistic system that is basically made up of essentially a collective of what were originally monotheistic, henotheistic, say, but less than, say, full polytheistic cults. So, I do think that there is something to this idea. I do think. I think this has more legs for me than, say, the Religio Geschichte school, which is the idea that animism developed into polytheism, that it developed into henotheism, that developed into monotheism. I don't see that progression happening so much as, say, henotheism coming out of polytheism, or even monotheism coming out of, say, pantheism and henotheism. So I do see that in all likelihood that a lot of these cultures were originally, at least at the local level, monotheism or henotheistic, and then sort of polytheism developed from that. That I think is more common. So that's my opinion on this. I do think that's sort of the development that I've seen in, say, the history of religion in, say, the Near East. But this may not be ubiquitous either, because in some cases we don't have the records going that far back. So I think it's at least plausible. So anyway, thank you very much for that super chat. I'm glad you clarified the question so we could address it. So, okay. Next super chat, or next question, and I think that is a good question. And we're taking one more non-super chat here. This is from St. Ronan. And he says, "Hello, Dr. Falk. I'm writing again because I think my question got buried in the side chat. In Proverbs 7:27, while it's a lesson on adultery, does this connotate more spiritual whoredom?" All right. Let's grab that. And I see we've got more dueling super chats in the side in the live stream here. Super chats at 50 paces. All right, and give me a moment here to cut and paste things, and then we'll get to that passage. Okay. Pull the Bible here. Go to Proverbs. Proverbs 7 and 27, but we'll go back a little bit here. Okay. Go back actually a little further in Proverbs. Okay, verse 22. We'll start verse 22 here. Suddenly he follows her as an ox goes to the slaughter, or as one in fetters to the discipline of a fool, until an arrow pierces through his liver, as a bird hastens to the snare, so he does not know that it will cost him his life. Now, therefore, my sons, listen to me. Pay attention to the words of my mouth. Do not let your heart turn aside to her ways. Do not stray into her paths, for many are the victims she casts down, and numerous are all her slain. Her house is the way of Sheol, descending to the chambers of death. Okay. Go back for a little more context here. Let's go in the beginning just to make sure. Keep my commandments. Say to wisdom, you are my sister. Verse 4, say to wisdom, you are my sister, and call understanding your intimate friend, that they may keep you from an adulteress, from a foreigner who flatters with her words. Okay, the question here is, while it is a lesson on adultery, does this connotate on more spiritual? Yes. Yes, it does connotate to spiritual adultery as well. But then again, too, that's because throughout the biblical text, unfaithfulness to God is seen as spiritual adultery. So, yeah, it absolutely does connotate, but that's also, while the specific context here is, say, prostitution and adultery in general, that is a more narrow context here. That there's a spiritual amplification here of that applies to a greater context. So, absolutely, this can easily be applied to. Now, in Jewish circles, they have what they call there's 3 levels of meaning. Okay, you have the surface meaning, and I don't remember the technical terms off the top of my head for this, but they have the surface meaning, what they call the literal meaning. Then they have the spiritual meaning, and then they have the allegorical meaning as the final meaning. I think what you're suggesting here would be that second level of meaning here, of that spiritual meaning that goes beyond, be just below the surface of the literal meaning of the text. Okay? Like, for example, verse 22 here. Suddenly he follows her as an ox goes to the slaughter, or as one fetters the discipline to the discipline of a fool. Now, a fool has a very, very specific meaning in Scripture. It does have that very specific meaning of one who turns his back on spiritual things. Like Samson. He is the definitive fool in Scripture. He doesn't care about spiritual things. He turns his back on the law. He turns his back on what his actions do to everyone else around him. And it ultimately costs him his life. But he's also a fool because he's trying to exact his final acts before all mankind is an act of revenge. So, he's the paradigmatic fool. So, the whole idea of fool does come with spiritual connotations. So, absolutely here, there is a deeper spiritual lesson here that the text is trying to communicate. So you are not wrong in that in recognizing that connotation. But this is the secondary level of the text, not the primary level of the text. So as long as you understand that, that's a perfectly acceptable way to interpret this passage. So anyway, thank you very much for the very interesting question, and I hope that gave you a great answer. Okay, more super chats trying to keep me up all night. Well, we have one more non-super chat, but let's see here. You're not done yet. Oh boy. Okay. Gotta clip some more. It. All right. Okay. Next one. Got a few more super chats here, and then we're probably going to call it a night. All right. Addison Weir for $4.99. Thank you for my super chat, and thank you for keeping me up well past my bedtime. Okay, serious question. How would you respond to the claim that the Canaanite conquest was immoral? All right. A lot of this is going to depend on what you mean by morality. Very, very simply, the whole idea is we're kind of judging this by modern American liberal standards. And frankly, those are pretty messed up. You know, what's interesting is when you actually talk about these passages in settings such as a prison or, say, Africa, they don't see this as immoral. They just see this as life. Yeah, you know, they're not nearly as offended by this as, say, North American first world sensibilities. So a lot of the moral outrage about these passages is going to come from basically a cultural context of privilege. So we have to recognize that cultural context here plays a huge role in how one perceives the morality of these passages. Now, the second thing about this is I'm gonna side with John Walton here, who basically says that the whole idea of the Canaanite conquest is, you know, get out. You know, we're driving you out of the cities. And frankly, they don't drive them out of everywhere. Because later on they're told, hey, don't marry these people either. Well, you can't marry somebody you just killed. So, you know, obviously this was not a thorough ethnic cleansing, as it were. You know, it's really get out of the cities. Get out of the big cities. And if you don't get out of the cities, big cities, you know, we're going to, you know, drive you out, or you're going to face the consequences. So I think here harem is being used in more of a way of, say, to separate out. So it's also true that they didn't destroy every city completely, and it didn't kill all the population either, to be very honest. Like, for example, when they invaded Jerusalem the first time, you know, they didn't kill everybody in Jerusalem. You know, they're all Jebusites, but they didn't kill everyone. The Jebusites there were enough Jebusites there to rebuild the city. You know, so, you know, they weren't on a rampage of carnage throughout Canaan. They were very deliberate as to which cities were sort of, you know, selected to be destroyed utterly. You know, including the population. So this is not done in a ham-fisted way, not in any respect. All right. There is. Okay, we're hitting midnight here, so we're gonna wrap this up, because frankly, so anyway, that's how I would respond to this prima facie. There's probably a lot more that can be said about this, but I'm going to cut it off here just because we are at midnight right now. So we are going to just recognize the last few super chats here. And then we're going to take our last question, which we've already selected. So 50, 51. Ask Weird for 199. Thank you very much. You're not done. We're going to try to be done. We're trying. Okay. 52. Okay, you're done. Laugh out loud. Well, thank you, Addison, for that 199 super chat. You have really pushed this into the 4th hour. Okay. Here I thought I was going to get away with a 3-hour live stream. Good luck. Asim Weir for $4.99. Thank you very much for that super chat. Congratulations. How does it feel to finally be done with the super chats? Laugh. All right, let's see here. $1.99 for Asim Weir. Thank you again. Tell me more. Well, I basically told you everything you're going to get probably out of me tonight. Followed by the last super chat of the night. And if we get more super chats, we're just going to say thank you and not answer those questions. And he says, Asin Weir for $1.99. Okay, now you're done. Laugh out loud. Good night. Well, good night to you too. We do have one last question, though. And we're going to take this last question, and then we are going to call it a night. And it was a sponsored question, so from Cole Walker. And this is from Travis Garrett. Okay. And he asks, as an Egyptologist, a Canuck, and a sci-fi fan, do you find the Stargate series, especially SG-1, to be the greatest work of television fiction ever? Well, I actually really like Stargate. I have always liked Stargate. I think Stargate is super cool. I think the movie really botches the Egyptian. It botches it. But the whole, I love the set designs. I love the I love the fact they set that at pyramids as sort of alien landing pads. I thought, I actually really liked it. It was just, a very inventive kind of show. And I thought it was, I used to say it, I really got into it. I did like the movies better than the series. Okay, I'll be straight up. I thought the original Stargate was just phenomenal. I loved the original Stargate. But I did watch SG-1 too. I watched the entire series. And I did really enjoy it. It's not my favorite sci-fi series, okay? I'll be very honest about that. I don't watch it that often. I'm more of a Babylon 5 fan. And frankly, I watch Babylon 5 over and over and over again. But I do watch Stargate every so often. Okay, but still, I'm actually much more interested in Babylon 5. I thought that was really, for me, that was the pinnacle of science fiction. So SG-1, great series. I love it. Not so much because of its Egyptology, but I think it's good science fiction. I think it's really good science fiction. And I thought the character development was really good. But for me, my heart will always be with Babylon 5. So, thank you very much for that question. And thank you to Cole Walker for sponsoring that question. I've got one more super chat that just came in the last minute that we are going to acknowledge. And then we are going to call it a night, which is a $1.99 super chat from Daniel Ray. Thank you very much for the super chat. And he just says good night. And I'm going to wish, at this point, everyone a great night. And we're going to wrap it up right here. So, I want to thank everyone who joined us for the live stream tonight. What a great live stream we had. I want to thank everyone who donated a super chat. This puts food on our table. We really appreciate it. And we thank you all for supporting the work that we're doing here. I also want to thank our Patreon supporters who are basically going the extra mile here to help us keep our equipment maintained. That has proven to be a struggle in recent days. I also want to thank our subscribers who watch our content, who leave comments, who leave likes, dislikes. You know, they're they all feed the algorithm. So with that said, I want to thank you very much for watching tonight, and I will see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.